All right. Hello there. Today we are continuing with the server that is slightly disassembled because of the video I released yesterday about it. I had to do some work on it to get the couple of last shots to make that video work, which was also kind of annoying that I didn't have all the footage from the streams. And by that, I mean everything I needed to show I didn't film during the streams because it was 2.4 terabytes of video files from all of the streams, and it still wasn't enough. I think this is going to be the last video, or the first video, I should say, where I intentionally just delete some footage, because I don't really want to store like 400 gigs of stuff that I didn't even need. So, yeah. Anyway, the other fans are just right here, but you got to remember, we got to remove these to access drives now. So, that's what we are doing today. So, let me go over what exactly it is we're doing. So, in the back of this machine, there are 2 more drive slots, and these are SATA drive slots. So, I mentioned this in the video. And I was going to put this drive specifically back there and boot off of it, and then use the RAID 1 NVMe drives. I will start calling those M.2 drives. I think that'll clear things up a little bit. It's going to start using, or use the RAID 1 M.2 drives as the data storage, but not boot drives. And I came to a realization with a separate set of drives. By the way, I spent this morning looking over all of the SSDs on my desk at home. These are full of SSDs. These are all from videos that were already finished that I hadn't actually brought the drives back and wiped them yet, because every single time I looked at the drives, it's like, oh, I probably need to do something with that. Let me just set that aside for now. And the set aside pile was so tall. So anyway, these are being repatriated to the office. Actually, let me go put them in the box that I usually leave them in as a way of designating, like, hey, dummy, these are free. Let me just do this really quick. Wow, this box was literally empty, and now it's like full. Holy moly, who would have guessed that, you know, actually doing your full cycle of drive cleaning is a good idea. Anyway, guilty. Okay. That the Kensington boot drive? It is. Yes, yes. Kensington. Yes. Stupid Twitch spinning circle, tuned in, got the words of we don't need, and then had to hit reload. Oh, by the way, speaking of reload versus load, I got to reload today. I'm listening to all of Metallica in chronological order, by the way. Reload destroys load. I was wrong even making that joke yesterday. Wow, I forgot. Reload is really good. Anyway, so instead of the SATA drives that I just showed you, we're going to use these, okay? So which one has fixer? Reload. It's not even just fixer. Fuel, where the wild things are, wherever I may roam. Oh my gosh, it's so good. Just wall to wall. Anyway, I got 6 480 gig drives right here, okay? And we're going to be, Outlaw Torn is load, I believe. Also, it has, Call of Cthulhu? Is that the one? I don't know. Load, it's always the, oh yeah, that's right. This is an S&M album. Anyway, we got 6 of these 480 gig drives. And the reason that this is changing what we're doing is because I only have 6 of these. So 4 of them can go into those front bays, and then these 2 can go into trays in the rear. So that's why I'm changing this plan, because previously I had these 480 gig drives connected to the Adaptec 5885? No. 8502. I don't know, an Adaptec SCSI or SATA controller that doesn't support drives bigger than 2 terabytes. So pretty much all of my hard drives don't work with it. But then when you use it, like with, you know, fast drives, then it overheats trying to transfer so much bandwidth. Call of Cthulhu's on Ride Lightning. Maybe. You might be right there. It's, oh god, it's the one I can never remember the name of. Like, no, not More Human, that's like, White Zombie or Rob Zombie, whichever one. Probably White Zombie. Anyway, it's not supposed to be a music talk stream, but no, there's 2 songs on. It's the instrumental one. Let me do that. Minus Human. That's it. Minus Human. I'm pretty sure it's also. I don't think that's one of the ones that was unique. I think it's on there on load. That's it. See, Ben, I'm really bad at knowing the titles of the songs because I listen to albums. Music talk alongside server talk stream, sign me up. Also, yesterday, I didn't notice that we got a raid. I must have been really deep into scrubbing corrosion off with CLR, and I totally forgot, so it was hilarious. Never released. Was never released before SNN. I think it was written for Mission Impossible. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. There is something. I don't. I'd have to look at a track list now. Also, I forgot. I don't own Saint Anger on CD, so now I have to go out and buy that. I only own the DVD copy. Think Metallica song titles are hard to remember. Try getting it in order. I have not heard of that band, but for me, it's less the band and more. Seriously, I listen to albums. Like I don't listen to. I don't listen to songs. And usually albums are actually discographies. So just chronological order, every song the artist has released. Okay. Also fun, I brought this. This is the Resolve dongle, so we can do that today. I could have punched in a license key, but this means that I can do more stuff without having to worry about showing a key on stream. So that's fun. We'll hopefully get to that. We have the iOD out again, because we're going to have to reinstall the operating system again. Yay! But I think we're ready. So let's put the 4 drives in the front. All right. So why is the camera not on? Oh, probably because I was actually smart for once. You have no idea how often it is that I'll go to leave the office and then my brain, right when I'm about to turn the ignition in the van, I'll be like, I didn't turn off the cameras. And I have to go up to the office and go click. If you don't install Windows 98, you're doing server stuff wrong. What about XP wouldn't install? Because we tried that. We got really close. I think it hung on trying to identify like SCSI drivers or something. I probably don't use Spotify. All music I listen to, I own on CD and rip to FLAC exclusively, unless it is only available digitally. Okay. Got some new measurement equipment to work. Software license comes on smart card with generic USB smart card reader. That's amazing. XP doesn't support SATA out of the box. Well, neither is 98. I'm pretty sure we would have set it to IDE emulation mode if that was available. I mix it up every now and then, but I'm also primarily an album listener. Dude, album listening is the way to go. What about the mini disc collection? My mini disc collection is one rewritable mini disc and like 4 players. Does the IDE emulating SATA or IDE ROM? Well, it doesn't really matter. Because that's just not how it works. Anyway, let's get these plugged in. I can't remember if I put the rails back in the bag. It looks like I probably did. We were initially going to use 4 of these. These are 512 Samsung drives. But I prefer to use those for recording. And again, these 480 drives are kind of just orphaned. No instrumentals on load, but Bleeding Me does have the long bit. Noodly bit. Let me just go grab my FIO. That's my wiki for music. I will be able to tell you based on the track title. Also, I'm curious, Ben, was S&M 2 a disappointment for you like it was me? There was, I think, 0 Death Magnetic songs on it. I was really mad. All right. Hold on. Okay, nope. Nope. Okay, what are the S&M songs I'm thinking? Why is S&M not in this list? I may have manually removed it from this playlist because it is kind of a tonal shift. But I got S&M 2. Come on. Why isn't it in here? Did I just not get to ripping it yet? Okay, so I apparently don't have S&M in here yet. That's annoying. All right, fine. You win this round. I can't look it up. Don't make me send you an titanium system. I'm kind of surprised I don't have one. So the last 2 studio albums in shrink wrap should fix that sometime. You have failed to listen to S&M 2. I think the second half of S&M 2 I very much preferred. First half was just okay. So, they're pretty good, Ben, the last 2. I especially liked Hardwired Self-Destruct. 72 Seasons was just more hardwired, but that wasn't bad. All right. You have 0 Metallica post Saint Anger. Okay. Get a Guitar Hero 3 rip of Death Magnetic. It's extremely good. And then it needs to be the Guitar Hero 3 one since Rick Rubin ruined it. Okay. How big is my HD DVD collection? Ooh. Even got a both sides play record player to make full listings easier. Interesting. The HD DVD collection is not massive, but I do have some. I'm pretty picky when it comes to movies. So, there weren't a lot, but there were some good ones. So, like, I have Serenity on HD. I can't really think of many more, though. I know I have more, I just don't remember. Speaking of weird intel stuff, did I give you the 5 cards? Yes. Let's see. What did you miss? Talking about Metallica. Anyway, let's pop in the 480 gig drives here. I think that's the right orientation. No, it is not. Oh no, we have to plug in the fans first. That's right, this is awful. Oh, I forgot how much of a pain in the butt this is. Okay, so, there's like no good way to film this either. I'm remembering. I'm just gonna have to do this. Ugh. Okay. Oh, okay. This is way out there. Ooh, coffee. You know what, Ben? You're right. Coffee. Way out there, Ben. I think you'll get a kick out of this. You should look up Lucifer Unforgiven 2. In that show, they did a solo piano cover of Unforgiven 2, and it was really good.
Twitch gave a tier 1 gift sub to Norsub. End of line. Dogfuss McDodgerson gave a tier 1 gift sub to AIBIX0001. End of line. Dogfuss McDodgerson gave a tier 1 gift sub to Sloopimalibu. End of line. Dogfuss McDodgerson gave a tier 1 gift sub to DANIELDAN0311.
Ow, it's so sharp in there.
Dogfuss McDodgerson gave a tier 1 gift sub to DRNERO1111. End of line. Dogfuss McDodgerson gave a tier 1 gift sub to Hendrik. End of line.
Dogface, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Sound effect was like uncorked that wave. Black Sabbath is good.
Doobie says MRDESTRUCTOID
Little overplayed.
420. End of line.
Okay. Small bit towards the bottom, so it goes like this.
Kotek says CHEER 100. Remember to look up at the stars and not down at your feet. Try to make sense of what you see and wonder about what makes the universe exist. Be curious. And however difficult life may seem, there is always something you can do and succeed at. It matters that you don't just give up. End of line. Twitch gave a tier 1 gift sub to Loki. End of line. Twitch gave a tier 1 gift sub to Nasal Vomit. End of line.
What?
Twitch gave a tier 1 gift sub to Silk.
Oh my gosh!
End of line. Twitch gave a tier 1 gift sub to Quiet Mercenary. End of line. Twitch gave a tier 1 gift sub to Azarimi. End of line. Belgiumet gave a tier 1 gift sub to Scopid Pixels. End of line. Belgiumet gave a tier 1 gift sub to 70 Minussen. End of line. Belgiumet gave a tier 1 gift sub to Brighter. End of line. Belgiumet gave a tier 1 gift sub to SMIL3YCREATES. End of line. Belgiumet gave a tier 1 gift sub to Lanisama. End of line. Command error in string value. 1 David Phantom says I was trying to make the cover of War Pigs with the virtual deck talk, but I gave up CHEER 100. End of line.
Dr. Doobie, thank you for the on-brand number of bits there. Majenko, thank you for the 100 bits. Ben, thank you for what amounted to 15 gift subs, apparently. Holy moly. Thank you so much. And happy birthday.
Who says CHEER 100? I'm not being paid enough to keep saying. End of line.
David, thank you for the 100 bits. And Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Thank you so much. Wow. All right, we'll try and make this one extra good. I mean, we've talked about most of the stuff that we're doing today already, but, you know, we'll break out some fresh things somehow. Oh, we'll actually get to raiding drives today. How about that? I don't think we've done it once yet. Also, maybe even as a special birthday thing, I'll try ZFS. How about it? ZFS is one of those ones that can do like weird imbalanced pool drive sizes, right? So I could do like a 4 terabyte and a 2 terabyte and a 6 terabyte all in one. Okay, that's all of the drives installed. Needs a lot of RAM. We got... Dogface, how much RAM is it? I think it's 128. There's 8 16 gig sticks.
Add an apostrophe to the end of your painter's tape label. CHEER 100. End of line.
Wesley, thank you for the 100 bits. All right, what do I put back here? Oh, that's my lunch bag. Let's get that out of here. Okay. It's 128. Before Shelby spends the next 6 months hating his ZFS setup, and it's all my fault. Oh, the good news is it's not going to survive past today. We're only going to do it as a test. Okay, now I need to actually get the drives plugged, or the fans in, which is weird with how the cables work. Nor do I trust ZFS, and you cannot convince me otherwise. I mean, there's a reason I don't use BTRFS or ZFS on my servers. So, and, oh, that did not work. There we go. This one's a little weirder. All right. Install Illumos. I don't even know what that is. Is that a Linux distro for,
David
making the
Phantom
computer
says
brighter?
ZFS, you're going to do something you have said you were never going to do. Is this real Epyc? Since this is a special day, here's a special amount of bits CHER 555. End of line.
I think it's time to install ZFS then. Thank you for the 555 bits, David. Open source fork of SunOS. What's the reason not to use BTRFS and the other one? ZFS, that's it. I use MDATM, which is way lower level. We're going to have a little bit of fun with these SATA drives I just put in here first. All right, there we go. Good enough. I really, really should have put a slope on the tabs. Really should have. Did I remove the splitter? I did remove the splitter because it looked weird in the video. Okay. Slide cholesterol. ZFS not set up yet. We have not done anything. Ubadista's MDATM. M-D-A-D-M. It's a palindrome. I have no idea what it stands for. It's a lower level Linux RAID software interface. 40mm PSU fan swap when and ever. I am very, the more I use this thing, the more confident I am that would be a terrible idea. I'm more likely, why is that one so loose? Weird. I'm more likely to add more fans in the back that just, that's weird. That push more air out. Although that would remove more airflow from the power supply. I don't know. It's just a utility, utilizes kernel MD RAID support. Yeah, see, I like that. Level 6 train isn't too bad, I guess. We usually don't get higher unless chat is going overboard because Shelby's been offline for a while. Yeah. MD admin where the MD is multiple device. Ah, okay. Okay. Is that software or hardware? MD is software. And that's usually what I use. Hardware RAID is a bad idea. For reasons we are probably about to discover. It gets progressively pixelated. It shouldn't. Can you drop the fan speeds of the PSU and whatever iDirect equivalent is? I doubt it. I don't really want to drop the fan speeds. I don't know if you're understanding. I'm really nervous about the power supplies in this. Here, let's actually try and answer a question here really quick, okay? Let's pull one of these out. How do I do this? This way. Okay. How much does one of these cost? All right? Because that's not an ATX power supply. I can't just order this off Amazon, all right? How much, is this a standard form factor? What does it take to get one of these? All right? Because if I kill this, I think it's a Delta brand power supply. That's weird. Okay. So this is a what's your thing? Model. Okay. DPS 1200 AB-4 space E. Okay. But you have a second one, YOLO? No! Especially if I do it, if I kill it by making it run hot, Jeez. Okay. So, well, 40 bucks on eBay. That's not bad. Really? Well, a brandy spanking new one's $900. So we're not getting that one. Here, Amazon, $318. Let me just pick a random eBay listing. So I'm trying to see if there's like a generic description. No, dude, I kind of want this one. Wait, shouldn't there be? What? It looks like the board is missing. Why can't I see the gold contacts? I can see them on mine at that angle, but I can't on that one. The card edge is missing. What? Okay, so I'm not buying that one for 40. That's for sure. Buy eBay one, mod it, try it. I mean, that is a possibility. Sold for parts only? I don't know. I didn't see the description of that. All right, it looks like it might be possible to get one. Man, it's so dense. It's just impressive. Don't we power supply for airflow? Yeah, could be. Contacts or card edge, which is just brilliant. So there you go. It could have been a camera trick digital ice age. Yeah, I saw a slight stutter there. All right, so we're going to plug that back in. I don't have 40 millimeter fans. I really don't want to try swapping them out. Although, I will say, Dogface had a really chunky 40 millimeter Noctua fan on the acrylic printer he gave me. They might make some that move some more air. I don't know. Are those blade PSUs? I think technically, blade is a very poorly defined term. I think technically blade servers go into like a 6U rack vertically. So a blade power supply would be a backplane modular system thing. But I've also heard blade used to describe 1U. So if you mean 1U, yes. If you mean actual proper blade, no. Those are a little different in your Dell? Those are not blade. Those are generic, yeah. That's kind of what I thought. I don't know about the generic part. I don't know if I can just find like 1U server power supply or whatnot, but yeah. All right. I think we're good with everything in here. So I can probably close this down and then stop getting more dust in it for a good long while, because I don't think we need to open this again for quite some time. Probably could rob one out of the HPE system I gave you a while back. Really? They're the same? Hold on. I might be able to figure this out. I don't know. It's in a really tall stack, and I don't know what order it's in. Okay, it's not in a very friendly order. Really random out there question, Dogface. Do you remember if the fiber channel cards you gave me for connecting those SATA enclosures are half height? So I'm mildly curious about messing with that today. I don't know if we'll have enough time. Okay. Fans saying they ramp down at what? I have no idea what that is. Soga blade servers across the border. Are you Blade Runner? All right. Plug in the server in. It currently does not have an operating system, just to be clear. So that's a thing now, because I removed the drive that had everything installed that we had on it. So we're going to try and set up hardware level RAID for the NVMe drives. And I'm only doing that because it's a boot drive. Yes, I know, I'm sure there's some way of doing NVMe boot RAID 1 with pure Linux. No, I'm not going to do that. We have a working ISO, yes. We will be good on that front, finally. All right. Speaking of which, I'm plugging this into the actual front there, and then I'm going to grab my good mouse, And I'm going to switch over to using the dongle, so I don't have to use the touchpad on the next dock, because it's awful. Glad someone asked this. Sorry, car term, wide open throttle. Oh. Ah, okay. Oh, you're talking about your Dell ones are better. Those are not 5-volt channel. SAS. Oh, okay. All right. I'm going to plug a mouse one in here. And then I'm going to go, hold on. I'm going to push a button. You're not going to see me for a second. And I'm going to push this button. Boom. All right. Yeah, okay. Let me bring up the remote management for the server. So I think it was 5.5, 192.168, 5.5. No. No? How about non-HTTPS? It's redirecting. Or it's just not booted yet. It was 5.5, right? All right, it was 5.5. Okay, it's still booting? All right. Cries and working DNS. Prepositive SAS controllers, which are full height, half length. Okay. What does half length mean? I mean, I assume that's what that is. I'm just kind of, my brain is like pretending. There we go. Okay. I'm bringing this up so that I can see the remote, or so I can control the thing. Admin, password. I guess we can do the whole thing over here now that I think about it. Wait, we don't even need a mouse and keyboard. I mean, the next dock, yeah, it's nice and all, but, like, it's not actually necessary. Let me just go ahead and bring up the webcam, and we're going to do this first part through here, I think. We have the technology. Yeah, I mean, I guess. Okay. The reason I'm doing this over here is drive slot 53 events. Seriously? The reason I'm doing this is because we need to configure the BIOS for RAID 1 for the boot drives. And I don't know that I can reliably get into the BIOS over HDMI through the GPU. So, okay, we're going to do remote control. This one. Okay. Will we rail against using this interface for an entire stream once? Yes. I want this stream to actually accomplish something. I am yielding. I want this to work. Not using Java, a person of culture. The only thing Java is useful for now is Minecraft, and I'm not even saying it's good at that. It's just useful. I would like to point out the server didn't actually start. That time it did. I feel a lot less insane now, because sometimes when I push the power button, it's like it stalls when it doesn't actually start. And I thought it was like maybe I wasn't holding it long enough or something. I don't know. Seeing the project support over C++, amazing sheer performance difference. Yeah, Java sucks. I'm not surprised. Java's required sometimes with old enterprise hardware. That's true. Yeah. 3 billion devices run Java. Yeah, including DVD players. Wah. What are you doing over there, server? I don't remember. Was it delete? Okay. Delete to enter setup. Okay, I'm gonna slow spam this. There we go. Including Blu-ray players. Yep. Don't SIM cards run Java yet, really. Not even Android apps? Oh, Oracle would really like you to think that Android runs Java. They really would. Ugh. 3 billion devices limp along with Java. Java had its time and its place, and that was the early 2000s, and then it should have gone away like Flash. It has long since outlived its usefulness. I will say, Fuzzball, I loathe all of my Java programming classes as well. But for probably very different reasons. And some loud power supply fans. Oh yeah, today we're going to go ahead and bump up the minimum fan speed on the CPU cooler. I think I can do that while that's doing stuff in the background. Failed them twice. Okay, I didn't fail any. I hated them because the books were identical between two supposedly different classes. Last video was the best stream edit by a long way. You sure? CM153 video wasn't? But I appreciate that. Yeah, I kind of had a realization when I was trying to edit that video that the best way to do it was to not, was to just make it essentially an all-new video about what happened and use some of the stream footage. So, predated Java in your official training. Didn't mean I didn't have to teach myself. Ooh. Alright, how do I do RAID? NVMe configuration, maybe it's here. Okay. So we got a Kensington drive. Oh my God. I literally looked at it and said, don't say it wrong, don't say it wrong. And then said Kensington. Oh my gosh. Oh. We need to use the WD Blue drive and the Samsung drive in a RAID array. I'm gonna keep not helping set up RAID and watch them suffer. Fair enough. It's in SATA config. That's where it is. Wait, why are only 2 Kingston drives showing up? Now that's weird. What did Kingston ever do to deserve this? They make my favorite flash drives. That's rear SATA. Yeah, but the front SATA doesn't show up either. Oh my gosh, does the BIOS not know about the front SATA? Oh yeah, it would make sense that the BIOS can't do the RAID. It's probably an option card. Option ROM, I mean. Alright, well, let's go ahead and double check that. I think we could enable the RAID controller in this, at the very least. Front SATA is in PCIe signal mode. I don't know. They will show up when we do the operating system. So it won't matter, but that's weird. Huh. Well, Ubuntu put the boot manager on one of the NVMe drives? Oh, that's going to make this confusing. We're going to make this number. We're going to make the IOD number 1. There we go. Okay. We're going to go ahead and save and exit, and then we're going to watch it boot. And then see if we can catch the option ROM entry shortcut. Okay, it didn't even try. Well, for giggles, I'm gonna go to try Ubuntu, just because I want to see if the other SATA drives show up. Control A for SCSI select. Okay, thank you. You guys sure it's an F? Oh, you know what? I think it's showing up on the... Yeah, it showed up on the... Wait, no, not that. One moment. This button. I don't know where the video is. It was very F? Weird. I don't know why it came back on its own. Oh, Ben, I still use SCSI cards like that, so that just sounded normal to me. Oh, well now it's booting up over on the other computer, I guess. Okay, fine. Other computer, other display. Wait, I swear I saw it. There it is. No, that says no signal, not there. Ugh. 20 seconds of F. That's weird. I did not lose connection. No F on YouTube. Ooh, okay. So GeoHam over on YouTube said it worked fine over there. Okay, that's good to know. Weird. Also, this is weird. Well, I got an idea. Do this, and then I can press this, and then I can see. Nope, no video. Okay, go back to this. Wait, but it's showing video input on the scaler. No, something's wonky again. I'm gonna try restarting the video capture stack. I don't accept the modern sucky version that I regret buying. Oh. Alright, I'm just waiting for the video capture hardware to reboot.
Says this is more choppy than System of a Down's Chop Suey CHER 100. End of line.
YouTube people are saying it's fine over there, so I don't know what's going on. Are you saying there's problems still? Okay, that's the wrong display to capture. What about this one? No. Why? Oh, because it's this one. Go back and change by SATA mode to RAID. I don't. Okay, let me clarify something, Dogface, because I didn't actually say this out loud. The plan is hardware RAID, the two M.2 drives, and to software RAID, the 6 SATA drives. So I'm just going to use MD RAID on the SATA drives. It was just confusing that they didn't show up in BIOS. I kind of expected that. All right, I'm just going to grab the next dock and bring it over to the other place, because I can. And then I don't have to stand or sit in a stool. Okay. No issue on my current load of Twitch stream. Okay, interesting. Wait, why is this not showing video? Oh, because I probably need to hit HDMI. Boom! Okay. So, I don't have a trackpad. I don't have a touchscreen. Do I have keyboard? I don't have keyboard. You know what would help? Is if I went and plugged USB into the computer. Okay, now through the magic of doing what I should have done, it will work. Okay. Hey, there we go. Okay, try. I just want to see that the 4, or that all 6 of the SATA drives show up. As I am annoyed that my chair is sinking yet again. Dude, a new A new cylinder is like 12 bucks. I just need to buy one. Why don't I buy one?
David Phantom says, who would have guessed that refreshing the page would make the issue go away? Sorry for the previous deck talk message, CHER 100. End of line.
David, thank you for the 100 bits. All right, there they are. All Kingston drives are showing up correctly. Okay. So yeah, they just don't show up in the BIOS. That's weird. All right. Wait, did I accidentally install the operating system onto the NVMe drive? Wait, that's not the... I have no idea what that is. I may have just put data on there just to test. Okay, well, we're going to ignore that. All right, we can go back and go back to try to set up RAID at the hardware level. Okay. Pop that there. Hit this button. Pull up the chair. What? Check the data. They don't have... Well, okay. Let me explain this. The 6 Kingston drives were used on a hardware RAID controller. The hardware RAID controller became unreliable. And I haven't replaced it. Or, my brain is going 7 different directions as I'm thinking about things. The Adaptec hardware RAID controller that those drives were plugged into, I now am deeming unreliable to use in my server. I was already able to recover the drive data, so I don't need anything that's on there. But I think it would be fun to try and recover the hardware RAID. So we're going to try and use software to reinitialize the hardware RAID just for giggles. Just like an office chair at Goodwill would cost the same as the new cylinder and likely be in worse shape. This chair came from Goodwill. This was a $200 Staples chair. In case you want this manual. Oh, yeah, it'd probably be helpful, the motherboard manual. Yeah, I can see that. Let's see. RAID. Why is that thing not turning off? A Vago Mega Raid. Okay, so this is... Oh, it is in the BIOS. You configure the RAID, I think. Okay. Or at least you launch the RAID config from BIOS. Dude, computer, why are you not turning off? Oh, I bet it's telling me press enter to undo, you know, all the fun stuff. Enter. Yep, that was it. Okay. Power on. Go. What's all the hype around Unraid? I don't know. I'm not using it. See, hold on. I'm going to see if I can get really lucky here. It didn't actually turn on again, just like usual. There we go. Okay. This button, and by button, I mean flat, shapeless front. Chair. See if this will work. It did. Okay. Did it still not turn on? Dude, computer, turn on. There we go. Does the Amazon app just suck now? Okay, I figured it out. Jeez, that was awful. Okay, it's more expensive than I realized, but I know this one also works. I'm not buying anything right now, but I am going to add it to a list. That way I can remember later or something. Where's the list option? Oh, delete, delete, delete. 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 Sneeze. Oh, gosh. Oh, barely managed to get that second mute in. Ugh. Somebody sneezed all over my phone. Gross. I don't see the list option. Who would do such a thing? Literally, I don't see the list option. What? Got all the way down to comments. Hold on here. Title. Simple description. Image. Color. Your pickup choice. Okay. Price. Shipping type. Some weird stock level. Add to cart. Buy now. Add to list. Dude, literally, add to list is a tiny little text thing. Just an href. It's not actually button. Jeez. There we go. No! Wait, what? Okay, we were into this again. Okay, well, let's go ahead. Alrighty. I'm sure this will be fine. Hold on, I'm gonna bring up the manual real quick. Sounds like it's going well. So, Ben, what's going on is it's both running Grub and the BIOS somehow. I don't know how. It's very confusing. Okay, we're going to page 55 on the manual. Okay. We go into advanced and then main menu. What? Oh, no. Wait, how do we even get into that? Okay, it's got to be somewhere around here. It would be really helpful if it didn't keep going back to Grub. iSCSI configuration? No. You're regretting the 555 joke. That's just network stuff, and that's a black screen, and more network. Okay, so it's not there. It's not here. It's Grub. Okay. Server management sounds like it could have the RAID. If only I could see that menu instead of having it go black every time. Okay. Wait, you said something about going to SATA and then making it... No, there is no SATA option. Instead of going from individual to raid mode. Unless it's the AST 2500 thing. I don't, Jack of Clubs, I have no idea what is going on with this. I don't know. I don't know why it's acting like this. No, it's serial port. It has done this once before. I could attempt rebooting, but it's also a server and it takes forever to boot. I don't know. We'll try it once. All right. Power cycle server. Let's try this. What is under NVMe config? I'll never know now. I'll look in a moment. I think it just listed the drives, though. It's still flickering back to grub. Oh, gosh. I bet I know what it is. I bet that there are two frame buffers. The text-only frame buffer that the BIOS is using, and then the VESA mode buffers, in that it's not overriding the VESA mode buffer, and then the capture card is looking at the frame buffers and swapping back and forth between them. Great. Although I'm surprised that the post screen doesn't override the VESA frame buffer. All right, I'll get into BIOS and then I'll try and reload the page. Once it says, okay, entering setup, control F5. Control F5. Okay, just close this and then reopen it. Ben owning a 3D printer is being in a permanent state of being annoyed by the 3D printer. That is how it works. Also, that particular problem I solved by always printing from a computer. I think week 1, I ripped the display out of the ANET. Because sneaker netting G-code files over was just awful. I don't care how much a Raspberry Pi costs or if it's a demeaning use case for it. Having it act as the print server is so much better. Wesley, who has a garage full of 3D printers from Goodwill. Well, actually, no, you can't keep them in the garage because it gets hot enough for all the filament to melt. We're going to be on day 66 today, this year, of Phoenix being over 110 degrees. That's right. It's September, going on October. It's going to be 110 degrees here. All right, now it's working. Okay, so you want NVMe config? I think that was just listing out the drives. Imagine owning 10, yeah. Yeah, just the drive list. About the whole climate change thing. I mean, yeah. 117 at Sky Harbor yesterday? Yeah, no, that's insane. Absolutely just diabolically hot. It's ridiculous. Okay, so for the record, the manual show, I guess I can just show the manual. We got iSCSI, and then we got TLS auth. Okay, so that's right here, TLS auth, and then it goes Avago Mega Raid, and then, oh, ours doesn't do that. And it goes Intel Gigabit Network doodads, and those are down there. So between these, something is missing for some reason, and I don't know why. Still rather that than tornadoes? Yeah. And the ocean doesn't get angry every now and then move into our neighborhood. So, you know, that part's nice too. Upgrade bios? Maybe. I'm wondering if we have a feature disabled. Remember trick-or-treating when I was a kid being freezing costumes? Yes, absolutely, Wesley. I've told that exact story to people as well. Yeah, that happened to me as well. PSP firmware versions, I mean, we weren't supposed to talk about using custom PSP firmwares. I thought we just let it update, you know, and just ignore the Pandora battery and all that stuff. We don't want to get into that mega. We'll make Sony mad. Okay. That's fine. Serial port, CPU config. Yeah, LGR has not said anything. I'm very nervous for LGR. I mean, he said he's everything life and limb is good, but I don't know. Whoa! We can use the GPU. That's cool. We're not, because I don't want to wreck everything. Oh, that looks scary. I don't want to touch any of that.
Marshall subbed as tier 1 and says, end of line.
Okay, Marshall, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 22 months there. I really appreciate that. I'm wondering if this one doesn't have a hardware raid. I really don't want to have to do software boot. Some have no hardware raid. So this is the R72272. It's the R272Z32. Checking its board as rev issue or setting. So there are two revs. Did ask you, you're sure I have it? I'm not even sure what kind of RAM it uses. So I am not the person to ask. T2SDE and Raiders, welcome. My apologies, I missed your raid yesterday. I must have been like really focused on scraping stuff off of those Simons. So my apologies for that, but welcome. Today we are looking at this server over here. Yeah, well, okay, I guess you can see the back of it from that angle. We're currently trying to figure out how to set up an M.2 RAID. And it's confusing because the motherboard has a description of how to do this in the manual with the config utility, but it doesn't seem to exist on my board. So, and the cylinder strikes again on the chair. Okay.
Spaukin subbed as tier 1 and says 11,101. End of line.
Spooky, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 29. So we got 24, 25, and 4. 29 months there. Thank you, Spooky. I appreciate that. I just looked at the LGR message that was linked. Motherboard manual for sure talked about RAID, but it's not in the server. Yeah, maybe it's just not there. Maybe we should switch gears and assume that we don't have it. I will admit, it's really weird that it doesn't have the SATA mode select. So it feels like something's missing. Ben, I know it is, but I also do the fingers weird, so it's, I don't know. Fabric, we can install Minecraft mods? All right. I think we're gonna give up on this. It seems like it doesn't have it. All right. Let's try one more thing. R727Z32. Okay, it's 727Z32. Hopefully I said it right in the video. No sense bothering with the hardware RAID. Yeah, it's the only software RAID support via what? Well, supports grade supreme RAID of NVMe RAID. What on earth? RAID card. What? Is it like an Epyc card that runs the RAID software? There's a grade supreme RAID allowed the NVMe drives to achieve much higher performance at the same time. Users do not have to compromise on service quality. 4 to 32. Have you ever used one of these, Dogface? Because this seems super dumb. But I get it, but it's dumb. Grade is red herring here. Really good RAID. I just don't. This has the onboard controller. Yeah. Oh, I know we don't have this. We're not going this route. I was just curious if you've ever messed with this because this is terrible. And hello, Mighty Halo. Paul Guy, we could totally do that. It doesn't have the internal USB header like some servers do, I think. And this is a just to Dogface thing. I may have screwed myself on something when I saw this 24 Gen 3 NVMe thing, because I don't understand how it's PCI Gen 4 ready. And speed was of importance, and I don't know that I communicated the capabilities correctly. Alright, we're going to have to do something different now. All the downsides of a hardware RAID tied to a particular controller, none of the upsides. Yeah. Highly performant but not resistant. That's all hardware RAIDs. Alright, well, let's figure out... Addressing that next week in person? Okay. Okay. Let's... I'm going to shut off the server. We're going to have to figure out a different solution. Huh. Immediate shutdown. Boom. Lopstick, it does not matter. There is zero chance I would ever use that RAID card. This is the one that wasn't booting off USB sticks? No. So, if you remember a long time ago, I did a mail video where Dogface actually gave me a different server. That's a 4U. It's got like 4 Xeon.
100 is the solution, more coffee.
Let's find out. Nope, still didn't boot Linux. The other server did boot off of USB internally, but it was I'm trying to figure out the best way to describe it. Impossible to cool sufficiently in a way where it doesn't sound like a jet airplane. It could be run here in the office, but oh, cool. We're sticking a PCIe Trident 64 in there. Trio 64 and it's PCI. Anyway, that server was never really going to be the one to go with. But yeah, MD-RAID can be used to boot the drive. You just have to use the V1 format, which puts all the data at the end of the RAID partition. Yeah, see, that just really makes me nervous because I think no matter what, one of them is going to have to be different between the two drives. I don't really like that. I don't understand how that works, basically. Let me put it this way, okay? It's easy to recreate a Ubuntu installation. So if a single boot drive dies, it's not that big of a loss. It's difficult to set up a RAID boot. Boot off SATA SSD and mount the, yeah, so Adam, that's exactly what I wanted to do, and then we filled all the SATA drives with what are going to be a SATA RAID array. So let's look inside and see what our options are for booting through slightly sketchier means. They should be the same. I don't know. It really weirds me out. If I boot off of drives, yeah. Look at how Proxmox does dual SSD booting. Nope. I will never entertain Proxmox. Booting software RAID is pretty much what Inid was intended for, to be fair, so long as Grub can fit the kernel somewhere. I don't know. They give you the super long one? Yes, I think. Why? I think it was like 256 gigs or something. I don't know if it's in this office. It might be in a computer over here sticking straight out of the motherboard. It might also just be flopping around in the case because it fell out. I thought I was in here. Oh, I have a... I do have one! Whoop, let's not step on things. I knew I had one of these and I couldn't find it. It's because it was in service. PCIe to M.2 carrier. So yeah, it's right here. Boom. That I assume is what you're talking about. Going to be higher endurance. Use that for boot. It's designed for that. Okay. How? That's the problem. Oh gosh, I want to show you guys something that's just super dumb. So, I'm going to take this SSD out of this carrier just for a moment. All right, first off, long boy. Okay, that's weird. Don't need that card server. Okay, so Dogface, you're saying stop it with the RAID 1. Because I will have to do... No, we can't do that. Hold on, let me... unfortunately, the M.2 bays do not do full length like this in there. So we can't put this in there. Anyway, look at the weirdest, dumbest motherboard ever, okay? So this is a, I don't know, it's like a 10900 or something. I don't know, whatever this thing is, okay? That's an M.2 slot right there. Like, you do this. That's really how that plugs in. God, stupid server. One moment. Okay. Okay. Yes, it is Asus. It says it right there. So for the person who said this is made for Wi-Fi, no, it's really made for boot drives. You see these two threaded holes here? There's supposed to be a bracket that comes with this motherboard to hold the drive upright. It's really actually made for M.2 drives, SSDs like this. And they mount straight out like that. There's just supposed to be a support bracket, and I don't have it. Anyway, that's a thing. This is X99 chipset. That's the thing I was actually looking for. That's the server. It is. I used that as a server for trying to do laserdisc decoding because it's the highest core clock CPU I have that's not in continuous service. Anyway, it really sucks that we lose one of the PCIe slots when we use the mezzanine card. You mean no sound? I see sound. Need a support bracket? Do you have anything to make such a thing? Not really. That would not be a good 3D printing project, I feel. All right. We need to figure out how we're going to boot. Just put it on the board instead of the odd-behaving Samsung NVMe. No, all the Samsung stuff's figured out. This can't go in this motherboard without going in this. And this, we can trade one NVMe drive or 4 NVMe drives on the front for one here. So that's not going to work. Okay, apparently the poll supports Unicode. I did not know that. The board does not support 22110. No, it does not. This carrier does, but not the main board. Why is there a chip on here? Is it a voltage regulator? All right, I'm going to get this thing reattached because this is like the only way I can use this. I wish this did 2. But, oh well. Okay. What are our options here? So Dark King, I'm not sure. Can you use a home server offline? I mean, yes. That's a very complicated question because you're not really giving enough information. This pains me as I stare at a pile of data class M2s on your desk. So we got a Western Digital one that's probably the same as like eMMC Flash and a ThinkPad. And then we got the Samsung one, which is, 6 years old. So, yeah. Anyway, Dark King, it's really hard to say. I mean, yes, you could, but what software you want to run, what services you want to replace, and all that stuff is what makes this more difficult to say yes or no. All right, so let's look at what we got in here. Because it's really not that much. There's 2 fan headers here. There's a bunch of whatever SLI or S-Link ports are. I have literally no idea. They're external USB headers. I don't really want to boot off of an external drive. I see a serial port right there. There's an internal USB 2.0 port right there. There's a TPM module port there. Good, we can install Windows 11 with a, TPM upgrade. Disappointingly, all right, you can use VHB and put the long boy in. No, I can't. The hand, it will like cramp and then like fall off if I try and do something like that. Can remove TPM, get an ISA slot adapter. I don't think it'll do quite what you would think still. It's so annoying that the weird carrier card blocks the leftmost slot. Because if we could have that be underneath the GPU, we would be golden. Because we would get one more slot back. Excuse me, this is not a jank server. Ignore the heat shrink tubing in there. Everything in here is fantastic. Oh yeah, the other thing I was going to be annoyed, I was going to describe as annoying. So this is a 2-slot SATA bay right here. It's very annoying that it's only 2 slots because there are 4 SATA connections going over to this. There should at least be SATA headers poking out the back. Fan mount, the one on the CPU, light jank. Nah, that's fine. That's a good idea right there. That's how that's how computers are meant to be. You wouldn't call it jank if I got like custom spring clip things put on there instead to hold it on, but it would be the same. Yeah, I don't see any USB ports. On the inside. I don't want a flash drive sticking out of the back. I'm about as enthused about that as I am a VHB taping down the boot drive. You might think, oh, pull this out.
Tier 3 and says, I see no magic smoke has been liberated in frame, so assume all is trucking along nicely today. Thanks for the streams. Keep it up. End of line.
If we do magic smoke at this level, I'm gonna be very, very sad. Very sad. Where did I put the network cards? I was gonna say, that drive I just pulled is coming out to put in one of the QFP network cards later. I was just gonna put it in there now just to demonstrate, but I don't remember. There they are. There we go. Okay, so this card nuked the AIC card. Well, yeah, but this has to go in there instead. So this will go here later instead. So even though this doesn't technically belong in there, we just been messing around with this in there. So now it has a USB 2.0 header. We could theoretically boot off of that. Yes, that would be possible. PXE boot, is that it? I don't really want to do that, but I'm getting close. Better off taking out the MES card and putting back in full fat NVMe card. Why? What's the difference? I'm curious if there is an actual difference. As is Gen 3, everything else is Gen 4. Fair enough. We have a problem. Cables aren't going to reach, I don't think. Yeah, it's actually just got real complicated. Oh, gosh. All right. I'm going to agree with what Dogface is saying there, okay? So here's what Dogface is saying. There is a card right here. I can get this lifted out so you can actually see this and understand what it is we're talking about. I need a larger bit. And it appears I should remove that for performance reasons. But it's going to require reworking a bunch of cables. Get your slot back? Not really. No. It doesn't get it back because it just replaces it with something else. So this is a bespoke card to this machine that has PCIe breakout stuff on it. And it's basically the same thing as this. But this one apparently does PCIe Gen 4, so we're going to plug this back in and use this. The problem is that the cables are all custom length and they won't reach. So that's fun. I'm going to have to reroute these this way in order to do this. Okay, so there's that. This is way more unique to this computer. So this will really need to be kept with this somehow. I will have to figure out a way of doing this. So I'm not sure I understand your objection, just booting off the software RAID. How do I even set up a software RAID boot? Because I have no concept of that.
HASLIM 79 subbed as Prime and says, oh look, a wild Prime sub appears. End of line.
Alien Carl, I want to apologize here because I missed that was not a I acknowledged your message, but then did not actually acknowledge it. Thank you so much for the tier 3 sub, holy moly, and for 30 months. Wow, I really do appreciate that. Sorry for not catching that at first. And AJ, thank you for the Prime sub and for 25 months there. Thank you. Okay. Let's tape the back to the inside. There's not really anywhere good to do that. Yeah, this is a tangent. What we're currently doing is a tangent to put this card in. But I have to reroute these cables to do this. I'm not even sure they'll fit once rerouted. So I really think they won't. Oh gosh, this is terrible. Ow. Okay. Ah. Why is there a toolbox there? Now it's under the desk. Okay. Let me get you this view again. Okay, so we're going to take this bundle of cables, and then we need it to exit on this side so it can plug into this over here. So that's what I'm currently working on. No, I just poked my thumbnail on a connector or something. It was just weird sensation. Okay, I'm going to remove this because it's blocking. What's the board's model number? I don't know. It's a Gigabyte R727Z32 server. You can try to find it from there. It's not easy to find, but I don't... Oh, it says it right on it. It is a Gigabyte MZ32-AR0. And it's apparently DDR4 because it says big old DDR4 right on it. Was that not enough screws? It was not enough screws. There's one more right here. Pull really hard. Cables will reach. Is how that works. Oh, yeah, definitely. See, that way you can boot from one. Still have... Okay, hold on. I always thought the cheat was that on one M2, you make EFI boot, and you RAID one, the third partition, second drive, same side. Yeah, see, that's the kind of thing I don't want to set up, because that's weird. There we go. And I'm now plugging in all the connectory doodads here. Is there a BIOS thing I need to change? Wait, isn't there like a physical switch on here I gotta flip? I'm pretty sure there is, right? Deziak was actually checking out the manual when I was messing with stuff, and he saw something about that. Big manual's conflating which is which. More wondering why Shelby's removing that. Yeah, because apparently the mezzanine card is Gen 3 only. Well, AJ Slim, their internet is on the same kind of internet connection. Okay. Because Lepostic also commented on this. The LTE connection I use to get the data out of the office is rock solid, super duper stable. That's not the problem. It's just low data cap. So I restream to home and then double it out to go to YouTube and Twitch. So that's why, but it's the home internet that's unreliable. So getting other more reliable internet at the office doesn't actually help. Now, if I got more data cap in the office and I could dual stream from here, but I guarantee you everyone here who has internet has the same service provider as the one I have at home that it drops out all the time on. And yes, I know, theoretically there's a possibility that it's not as unreliable here, but I don't really want to find out. Okay. Slim SAS for PCIe ports on the board actually use? I have no idea what those are. Those are the S-Link things? Are those the ones next to the PCIe slot? I have no idea. Okay. So there's that. I need screwdriver because we're putting cards in. AJ, I know. There's lots of... it's a complicated setup. Just don't... It's really not worth talking about the internet, okay? I am doing everything I possibly can do. Do we have coffee? Yes. I came with coffee. And I just marred the snot out of this bit. S-Link is the same as the mezzanine board. What? I have no idea. Madness, when that happens, I will be shouting it from the rooftops. So, no. Okay. How is S-Link the same as the mezzanine board? I don't get that. Why would the mezzanine board exist? Video rendering, scoped pixels. Also, regular video card, it's half height. There are not a lot of options. There's a lot of bad information going on here. Okay. Yeah. So this is from what I can tell, slot 7 and the OCP2 card, they shouldn't actually matter. This makes it look like they're independent. But also, yeah, they're both Gen 3. So all the rewiring, not worth the effort here. Is it really not possible to have both? Hold on here. Can we just have both? All right, hold on. Hold on. Let's go read a manual. Wait a minute. I was told you cannot have this slot and this slot active at the same time, but they're both coming out of different PCIe lanes from the CPU, supposedly. Let me move the small cam. So in theory, slot 7 should work. Literally conversation while the system was transit. I think the numbering got mixed up. We have been operating in a reverse mental layout. All right, well, we're doing ground up research here now, okay? We're starting from scratch here. We're figuring this out, okay? I'm going to look at this manual directly. Okay. Control F OCP 2. No, we're looking at this. Gen 3 bandwidth, slot 7. Wait, slot 7 Gen 4 shared with 4x NVMe ports. Okay, there are NVMe ports on the motherboard. Slot 2 and slot 1 are Gen 3. So these are in a weird order that are not representative of the main board? What? Okay, so apparently the one that we can't get to. Hold on, but also why does this not match? Slot 7 is not available for the system model. Yeah, hold on though. Because this is weird. Wait a minute. Let's R727. This is why we never get anything done. I ain't getting a gigabyte server anytime soon. I'm not sure they're still making them, so you might be okay. All right. That's right. This image sucks. Like 600 pixels. Okay, so that's the server. And then it's Z32, Z, MZ32-AR0. Hold on here. On the picture I sent you, yeah, 32 is PCIe 1. It counts from left to right. Yeah. Just hold on. We're getting... I want like actual photo pictures. And we're gonna look at the manual. And we're doing a deeper look into this now. Okay. So, photo of motherboard. This photo sucks. Hold on. Tools, size. Give me the copyright infringing ones. Okay. This one. No way Gigabyte themselves have a good photo. Theirs are always terrible. And it's not amazing, but that'll work. Okay, so this is 2, 1. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, they're correctly labeled from the outside in. Okay. gonna leave this one. Okay, Gen 3. This one's a different color for some reason. I'm guessing the... Okay, so the Gen 4s are gray. The Gen 3s are black. Okay. What does ESM mean? F, is it really? Blacks go through the PCIe switch? That would make sense, yes. Well, okay, kinda, yeah. All right. Oh, is this one 8x? It's just in a 16x slot to make it fit better? Probably, okay. Slot 2 and slot 5. 5 is this one? So that's 8x? You wanna know what the insane thing is? Is I actually looked at this stuff when I was picking my desktop and building that out. My desktop is set up correctly. I didn't look at this once on the server because I assumed that with all the NVMe stuff, I was just kind of hands tied and couldn't do much. Okay, question. Why don't I just plug the NVMe cables into the motherboard over here? It has these ports. Why do I even put the daughter board card in there? Because even their photos, they show either using the mezzanine card or something else. Like, why don't they just plug them into that? Also, is there a reverse? Can we make a PCIe slot out of those? I mean, I don't need that, but just like, for giggles. So no, it's not. This is what's confusing, okay? So slot 7, this green makes it look like it's PCIe 3, but if we go to wherever it was, hold on. This, no, I think I had to, I'm going to open this in a second tab. Hold on. OCP, all right? Look at this. Slot, no, bad. Hold on. OCP, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Slot 7, Gen 4. It's only slot 2 and slot 1, and those are on the outside. So slot 7, according to this, is Gen 4. I know I would lose slot 7, but I mean... So the way I see it, Dogface, is I either lose slot 7 or the OCP2 interface or these. It's one of those, because those NVMe links need to, or the U.2 links need to go somewhere. So it's this. Yeah. But the OCP seems to be unique. It doesn't collide with anything. Let's look through this again, because I was under the impression that the OCP2 one is... It only shows up twice in the motherboard. Are you kidding me? Mezzanine? Or the manual? Installing or removing? Okay. You just plug it in. Just plug it in. Yeah, that does appear to not be the case. Yeah. So all PCIe slots stay active at all times. Then we just add the mezzanine card. The real fun is learning we do together. I don't mind this. I really don't. I mean, it makes it frustrating that we wasted so much time doing other things, but yeah. And I don't blame Desiac, to be clear. This is really confusing. Because I'll fully admit, their color coding here is 100% green equals PCIe 3, green, PCIe 3, green 3, green 3. But then this one, going to slot 7, breaks with the green 3 because This clearly states 7 is 4, shared with 4 NVMe ports. So which slots are going to... Let's look at the block diagram again. Where did I put this? So slot 1 and slot 7 go to PCIe 3. Okay, let me look at the InfiniBand card you gave me. Also the GPU. I don't think it matters on the GPU. Why are we losing slot 8 or whatever? Slot 2 is disabled and slot 7 is unusable server spec page. This one. Slot 7 is not available for this system model. Why? Yeah, Holodowall, that's kind of what I'm thinking. We just put something in slot 7 and see what happens. Slot 2 is inaccessible. So slot 2 is this. Slot 2 is obstructed by the GPU. And it'll probably always be obstructed by the GPU. I don't understand the slot 2 being unusable part, though. If the backplane's really Gen 3, though, that could explain this. Bifurcate those lanes to the switches to 8X slots. Yeah, I don't... Here's my thing. If the backplane is Gen 3, why is it not set up smart enough with a switch to only use half as many PCIe connections? So yeah, Mighty Halo, I know that. I was actually commenting on this to Dogface earlier. I think Dogface may not have realized this. How expensive the big switches are? It's like a $30,000 server, isn't it? mean, when it was new, I don't know. I actually have literally no idea. Okay, well, that's was when it was new. Okay, 3,000. I love how confusing this is now. Man. Why is slot 7 not available? What has been done that makes slot 7 unavailable? So here's one of the things that's really annoying about this, okay? If you get without drives, it's probably 6-8K. All right. One of the annoying things about this is we can go look for like a manual. Like, okay, so it's different from the what you call it, the main motherboard, okay? So okay, it's got some unique stuff, okay? Resources. That's just like generic blog posts, okay? Support probably there, okay? Manual, cool, okay. User guide for the server, user guide for the management interface, user manual. That sounds better. Let's look at the user manual, okay? User manual 132. Okay, so this user manual sucks at describing this stuff. Let's look at the difference between these, actually. So SAS HBA for both the SATA models. This is a 3.5-inch drive SATA model. This is a 2.5-inch drive SATA model. These both do not have slot 7, it appears. And then this one, which is all way complicated. Yeah, wait. This setup is showing using those S-Link ports, but they don't sell it that way. What? This is using an interface card, not the S-Link ports, but then in the manual, they're showing it's using the S-Link ports. So that would be slot 7. That would be why it doesn't work. So it's not... Yeah, same thing there. They're showing those ports, which are not used. They don't even have a card in that slot. They're literally actually not being used at all. No, they don't have one missing riser. That is enough cables. Actually, here, I can show you. If we scroll back up here to the manual, it'll show you the cable routing for the Z32. The correct cable routing, all right, that's just USB whatever, USB power supply nonsense. Okay, NVMe cards, okay? So one of them goes to, oh, there is one up front. That's right, there's 2 sets. I forgot. There are some right here, but then there are also some here. So these are the U2. Oh my gosh, this is so confusing. Okay, we have these and we have these. These would make sense, you know, be connected to slot 7 since they're right there. Let's keep this one on the block diagram. Actually, just open image in new tab. Okay, server diagram. 4xU2. Why would slot 7 not be available? I see no reason. So yeah, cable routing, those, main board, okay. Slot, something, doesn't really matter. One of the PCIe 4 slots, but, you know, why bother? Because it's Gen 3 backplane, okay. Gen 3 slot, Mezi card, second Gen 4 second to last Gen 4, and then that's it. So they don't use this slot here. And I think they don't use that one. No, they did use that one. Gonna blame the documentation being wrong? Yeah. All right. Here's what I think. I think we plug the mezzanine card back in. I remove the two SATA drives I put in the rear. I put the SATA drive that currently has a functional operating system on it back in there so we can boot something directly. And then we try putting the PCIe SATA card in slot 7 here, the mystery slot, and see if it shows up. So what is PCIe ESM? Let me just Google that term. PCIe ESM. Yeah, the Mezzi card apparently does not block anything. DZAC, that doesn't exist. So, that's one of the confusing things. If we look at the motherboard manual, okay, this is the manual for the motherboard, and we search for OCP for the mezzanine card, all right, it shows up twice. The connector, and then the description of the bandwidth, and that's it. It doesn't show up under this motherboard layout thing. Is there like a configuration description? How you know this stream has not gone entirely according to plan, just finished all the 3D printing you need to do this weekend? Yeah. Still no further forwards, yeah. Which manual? Motherboard manual or server manual? Because they are conflicting. So, DZAC, this is the block diagram for the motherboard, okay? So it shows stuff go. Ooh, wait a minute. Ugh, this is so confusing. Hold on, let's look at 42 through 39. Okay, 42, slimline SAS 4i connector, slimline 4i. 4x lines can be linked to slot 7. But also, we have 16 through 19 here, which are slimline SAS 4i. These are NVMe, PCIe. These don't say that. So maybe these are just SATA? I'm not understanding what you're saying, Mighty Halo. I'm wondering if these are SATA only. Let's keep this one on the block diagram. Let's look at it. See if we can find. So what you saw, DZAC, there is a switch on there, but it's something for the NICSI, whatever that is. Dang it. NCSI, whatever this thing is. I'm gonna type something with NCSI supported. What is this? How is that literally the only result for searching this PDF? I'm trying to find it in the manual right now, Desiac. OCP2 slots meant for a NIC. That would actually be really nice if there was one. 10 gig NIC for that would be sweet. Or a QFP plus. Is that a thing that exists? But I don't think my, yeah, my IO, actually no, the IO plate has like a separate knockout for that. Hold on. Wait a minute. Crunchy Raccoon, right now, what we're trying to do is understand what exactly this does. We don't understand how this motherboard works and how it works. That is the most detailed model of a CR2032 battery installation I've ever seen. Anyway, we don't understand how this thing can be configured. Okay, jumper settings. I think this is it. BIOS, no. Clear CMOS, no. J2, it's not that one. I don't think they even cover that one. No, and then we're into the BIOS. So it didn't cover... Yeah, the Mezzi does not seem to interfere with that. These are blade servers. Hold on, I want a NIC. How do I get this? Okay, that's not quite it. Also, so Adam, there isn't really a problem. Adam B on Twitch, it isn't really a problem. We're just trying to figure out how this works. And Adam on YouTube said the Mezzi card having all the connections ports using specialized extended card. Those ports are extended to the motherboard connectors from the card slot. I don't know. 2x25 seems to be best you can get. All right. You used it earlier if it was possible. If it was possible to take the 4x backplane connection, turn it into a usable 16x slot. Seems to be exactly that. Yeah. Well, the other thing was we were looking at that because we thought that would get Gen 4 compatibility for all of the backplane slots, but apparently none of them are. Well, that's not actually true. We could... Wait, how does this even work? Hold on, let's look at one thing really quick. We can't easily see... No, there's a big chip on there. I was going to say there's a 2-slot backplane in the back that we could look at, and I was wondering if there was a chip or if it was all passive stuff, because then it'd just be passing through whatever PCIe we send hit, but there's some giant chip. It's LCMX02. Oh, it's an FPGA. Who cares? Okay, fine, whatever. Mighty Halo, I'll just say that it matters, whether or not it's Gen 4. Server manual. Page 43, slightly better layout of connectors. Do you mean this one? Yeah. Oh, we were just kind of looking at that. Mighty Halo, unknown. Currently, it seems like no. Yeah, Ben, I'm really nervous for him. Okay. Let's put the mezzanine card back in, because it doesn't change anything. And then we'll swap the OS data drive in, and then let's just go over there. Oh my god. Actually, let me look something up first, really quick. Not that it really matters. I would just like to know, is the QFP card, it's got to be Gen 4, right? Gen 4, Gen 3. CX354A. What is this? Gen 4. Okay. So this needs to go in a Gen 4 slot. Think you have the mezzanine cards, so you don't have to share the onboards. So, Wimpmeister, it's so confusing. It's so confusing. To make a long story short, look at this block diagram and this block diagram. These are the same motherboard, but for some reason, the chassis makes it different. I don't know. Okay. So this card is going to have to go in one of the good slots. It cannot go in a black slot. Which means it must go there, essentially. This is awful. Well, Mighty Halo, this was a CX354A. It looked like it was just Gen 4 when I brought it up. Okay. Are there cables in the 4 connectors at the front? Yes. If so, that might be a chance slot 7 will work, because those are U2 ports diagram mentions. I think, maybe. So, again, though, here's where this gets confusing. There are 4 ports here as well. There are 8, whatever those ports are, on the motherboard. The 4 of them up front are being used. Ugh. So yeah, we got 4 right here that are connected, but then there are 4 more right here. Okay, so it's Gen 3, okay. But then, why? Hold on, let me do something. Why have I never done this before? This just makes sense. What's this plugged into? Probably the card reader, or QR code reader. So this works about as well as I thought it would. Okay. So we have ports here, and then here we have ports here. 2X Slimline 4i, those go to SATA. So these ones are the ones up front, maybe. And then these ones go to this, but then how does this get connected? It doesn't explain. This block diagram sucks. My issue is that it doesn't make sense for the ports here to be connected to this slot when these ports are right there. External cables, that makes even... Oh, that's awful. Okay. That finally clicked, Mighty Halo. I think you were trying to say that before. Okay, hold on. We're going to go sit back down. Oh my gosh. That's so stupid. It didn't register. Oh my gosh. It's only 18 matches for cable. How does it not talk about it? Yeah, you're saying this. I mean, I guess. I just thought they would recommend, like, get this cable or, like, do this before you do this. Back to PS2. Oh my gosh, this is so super dumb. So, to visualize, for those of you who are not playing around at home, here is what Mighty Halo is saying, and this now kind of clicks and makes sense for me, okay? These are not outputs. They're inputs. And if you want to use this slot, you don't use that. You take a loose cable and you plug, let's grab a different one, it's not bent over as much. You take this, you plug it in here. And then you just pretend. And then you run it over to here and you plug it in there. You have this cable going from one side of the motherboard to the other. And you have to do this for all four coming from here. The CPU only has so many lanes. It's an Epyc. It's supposed to have 8 billion PCIe lanes. Yeah, that's what it is. That's why it's so stupid I couldn't register to me how this works. Those are not outputs. They're inputs. So yeah, this slot, disabled, won't work. Wow, that's dumb. So yeah, that's what the orange lines here. These are the front connectors. These are the ones going, or the ones next to the slot. These are actual cables, not traces. Okay, so we have no additional slots. Let's just cover that. We can't use slot 7. So we absolutely must put the mezzanine card back in. It is not optional. It has to go back in. No matter what we take away, it has to go back in. Ugh. What does it say in orange? This is the dumbest server you've ever bought. No, it says lines can be linked to slot 7. Recommend filling that slot in the connectors with glue? Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, that's a very, very good catch, Mighty Halo. Oh my gosh. So dumb. What was the story with slot 2? Why is it disabled? Or does it just suck? Why are we not using slot 2 again, other than it's obstructed? I get that part. Oh my gosh, this is awful. I'm going to do a little bit of cable management while I'm in here, because... So CPU ones, I'd like these to be under everything else. What is that? I have no idea. There's a label. And that's just a description of the cable. Okay, cool. This is supremely dumb. Here's how it's poorly communicated with switch from, yeah. Slot share 2 shares lanes with slot 1, so you can do 16x or, okay. Got it. So that's more like classic desktop motherboard stuff then. Got that. Okay. That's fine. So if I did plug something else into that slot, suddenly 2 of my U.2 drives would stop showing up. Got it. Okay. Seen the most cursed thing? Dell actually has slim 8AI connectors. Connects SAS controllers via 2 of them. The connector is not in a slot, but on the back of the back plane it's a SAS switch. Gosh. So how poorly it's communicated. PCs. From 4X, yeah. Oh my gosh. I still don't get why the backplane's only Gen 3, though. That's terrible. All right, I kind of want to do some labeling. So I'm going to label this extension CPU. Be all fancy here. Although the more labels, the more tape I put in there, the more airflow I block. So there is a trade-off. How much sanity damage has the server done? All complete. I doubt we're gonna. I mean, we technically have an hour and a half left, but man, if we actually get through this, CPU, CPU, that's almost a U. Try and jam this down as far as I possibly can here. Actually, I'd probably put the label on the side. Yeah. Okay, no airflow blocked. That's optimal. Actually, cable management doodad attached to the motherboard right there. I'll use that for the fans. Okay. There's that. Then this is for the center and the right. Oh, this is all of the front plane. Okay, hold on. I'm just going to do this. can't believe the SATA trick I did worked. Jeez. With how weird this whole setup is. Okay, I'm going to start putting the cable management things back on here. Hopefully try and condense these down and not block as much air. Looks like we are not the first going to have an epic moment. Find the Reddit post all about the board, slot 7? Oh, no. PCIe 7 arrives with photonics for NVMe cables to go to backplane replaced by a single multi-mode fiber strand. That would be nice, because there's a lot of cables I got to bundle over here. Let me grab more of these. Here's one. Should be more of these around here. That's not one. What I'm doing right now is I'm putting back in the cable management plastic things because I would like to make the U.2 cables not block all that much air. And the fan cables, I'm trying to manage them all together here.
COBHC 2015 SICHER 100. Hello, have we made Dogfuss cry yet? End of line.
I think so, actually. But not for the reasons we normally do. And Cobb, thank you for the 100 bits.
OMSX80 subbed as tier 1 and says thanks OMSX80 for my gifted sub. End of line.
Ohms and Hellencroft, thank you there. It's really complicated to figure out how to credit that, but thank you. I appreciate the support. Okay, wow, it really does compact it all down doing this. It's almost like you're supposed to do this. Okay. I can do one more over there.
Helen Croft gave a tier 1 gift sub for 3 months to OMSX80. End of line.
Hellencroft, thank you for the 3 gifted subs to Ohms. Oh gosh. Okay. Oh, there's the one I brought over here I couldn't find. I'm going to use that on this side. Okay. I still can't believe we actually managed to get that GPU cable working. That was a miracle. Speaking of which, let's make sure that's actually plugged in. Okay. So many things going on. I don't know which ones go where. I think this one is supposed to be one of the farther up ones. What have you missed so far? Yes, pain. Pain is right. So, Cobb, this motherboard and server are very, very weird and dumb. and weird and confusing.
Dogfuss McDodgerson says penance for the pain CHER 2000. End of
Oh my
line.
gosh. Thank you for the 2,000 bits, Dogface. Holy moly. I don't blame you at all, to be clear here, and I don't blame Dziak either. I blame Gigabyte more than anyone else for making such a dumb motherboard. Bang goes your next week. Just replay Far Cry 3. It's the same thing. Matter of fact, don't even replay Far Cry 3. Play Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon, because it's the best one. Why are these cables so much more disorganized now? Drat. This is actually kind of bad. I don't know what the deal is here. I'm gonna use a twist tie to manage these. I'm gonna attach them to the power cables. I'm sure nothing bad will happen with interference or anything. Okay. The other company doesn't make SSDs, yeah. On that, does this have a... It does not have a hole for a Kensington lock. I was actually curious if it did. I don't see why it couldn't, but it does not. Ugh. Okay. Mezzanine card's in. The doodads are plugged into it. We can't plug this anywhere. Eventually this goes in there, but I don't need it right now, so I'm going to plug this in instead. Did I take out a card bracket? I did not. I don't have a half-height slot fill bracket. Okay. Supposed to bolt it into a rack. That's it accomplishes the same result. You put rails on it. It's meant to slide out. It's not meant to be retained. Okay, no InfiniBand card. Well, we don't have anything to plug it into right now. Let me explain. So we have this one, and then we have another of the same card. We have these. I own nothing that these can plug into other than each other, and I don't even own a cable right now. So what I need to do... so right now there's no reason to. Eventually, this drive, this is an NVMe drive, is going to go in the Xeon server as a... spent so long trying to reach for the mute button, I couldn't sneeze properly anymore. Anyway, it's going to go in the Xeon as the fast drive for transferring files to and from this. So, it won't be in here, so the network card will go there. Sounded like Donald Duck. Quack. Oh, that was a very weird sneeze. So, yeah, anyway, it won't go in there for right now. Ugh. Okay. Is that everything for this hardware-wise? I think we're done now. I'll put the top back on, and then I'll yield. I'll just do a RAID 1 software array on boot that we boot from or whatever nonsense. I don't even know anymore. I just want to be done. I thought today was going to be a victory lap. Like, oh, the fans are all working. It's great. It's perfect. It's fantastic. And then it's just everything went worse. Did we connect U.2 cable? The one up here? Yes, I did. And the mezzanine card. And I never unplugged anything back there. Your probs are gone, just remove 4060. No, that's like the one thing that needs to be in there. If I didn't have the 4060, there'd be a 1080 Ti jutting out of the top of the case after I cut a hole in it. Actually, the 1080 Ti might be going back in the Xeon server because it's not doing so great with the 2070. I think there might be something wrong with the 2070. Arcade 1-Up makes a claw machine? That's kind of cool. Literally all lanes are full except for 2 SATAs. Yeah, yes. That's just how I run my servers. My servers are PCI. Actually, just my computers in general are PCI'd out to the max. I need this plate. Just make sure there's nothing getting into the fan blades here. Nope, we're good. What are you doing? Lock in. There we go. Why do ports exist if you don't have something plugged into them? I mean, like the backplane, I don't have all the drives, but, you know, I could. Oh, the SATA ports. So there is a 4-way SATA header here. So I have there's 2 of them. I have one connected up here, and we have 4 SATA bays there. But the other goes back to this, which only has 2 SATA slots. So the other 2 are just literally unused and inaccessible. If there were 2 SATA breakouts on the back of this board where I could just plug SATA cables internally and just let the drives flop around, I would use them. But they don't exist. And I don't know if there's a way of splitting that kind of cable out, and I probably shouldn't look up if there is, because then this will become much more of a jank server. Heavily integrated motherboards today. I'm curious how you maxed out the PCIe of your desktop. I shopped my motherboards based on how the PCIe lanes were divvied going to the PCH, and I bought one that was exactly what I wanted, and then I put a 10 gig NIC in it. So it's a GPU, SATA controller. I think the SATA controller might be on the PCH, though. And then a 10 gig NIC. So, BRB, don't explode the server. All right, I'll try. No guarantees. Because we did mess with new things like the mezzanine card. Dude, I would love to get a NIC version for that, but, you know, then I got other problems. Okay, I think we're done inside. Or at least I really hope so. I never want to open this again except to put that network card in there. Motherboard only has 2x 1 gig, no SFP plus. Kind of nuts for a 24-bay storage chassis. Yeah, no, it's insane. It's so stupid. Yeah, it makes no sense. They give you 1 slot right here to put a network card in, and I'm kidding, that's it. It's super dumb. Problem status increasing. Or if you make sure DZAC clips it. Okay. CPU fans are plugged in. That's all whatever. These cables are not as tucked as I would like, but close enough. All right. Let's figure out how to install onto a RAID. Server says, okay, I think that's about as close as I can get. All right, this time I'm actually going to plug in USB. So, plug. That way the next dock can control it. There's HDMI, because we're going to need that. Because I'm not taking out the GPU for the install. Network 1, network 2, and then power. All right. Hopefully it's good to go. Yay. At least Epyc servers port 6 and 7 will be amazing. Yeah. Ugh. Why did it turn on? Oh, I don't know if it did or not. I don't know anything anymore. Computers are awful. Click. Click. Ugh. All right. Jonathan, to answer your question over on YouTube, there is no BIOS that can enable that slot. So this slot has to use jumper cables inside the computer to go from one set of connectors to another, because they assume you're going to use the connectors for U.2 drives. And if you don't want U.2 drives, then you use jumper cables to enable the slot instead. That's how it works. It's so stupid. Whew. Now we just wait for the remote management to turn on. Yeah, Uru, so I would be tempted to do something like that. But no. No, Uru, I need it to be 2-port. Because one of them is going to be a I've drawn up the server stuff before. Hold on, let me just find the actual diagram that I drew while we're waiting for things. Micro tick. Hold on, oh, I did this wrong. Back. QSFP plus, yeah, dual port. Yeah, I know. One moment. Did I misspell this? Is it like K micro? Okay. Just looking for a picture I drew up. Here we go. Okay. This is going to be the final network routing that this server will be involved in, okay? So this is the server that we're working on today. This is the old server, okay? these two servers are going to have a direct 40 gigabit link over this red cable here, okay? But then they're also going to have 10 gigabit links out. But we only have one PCIe slot. So in order to do this, I'm going to get a QSFP Plus to SFP Plus adapter so that I will use the second slot of the 40 gigabit cards in 10 gigabit mode. So I need the dual cards to be able to do that. And this will allow me to do things like transfer files back and forth between these two servers like that. But yeah, it's going to be dumb. And that's also why I need the NVMe drive in this server, because files that are being worked on by one or the other and then transferred will do better being, hosted there. So, yeah, I need the dual slots because it has to do a lot of work. So, probably buy a breakout cable, use 2x 10 gig plus. Yeah, so I was thinking about getting a dumb switch for this that was unmanaged, but I think I've talked myself up to getting this. I think I'm going to get this one for the 10 gig. So how many ports do I need? 4 out. No, there's not enough ports for me to do that, unfortunately. Yeah, it's expensive. What's the single core server? It's that one that we just ripped the long NVMe drive out of, actually. Also, it might be my desktop. So, but my desktop's technically down here. I'm thinking for Laserdisc decoding in the future, what I might do instead is use the Wake on LAN on my desktop from the office and have it run run LD decode jobs while I'm not there, because it will be the fastest. This server is not great. Actually, my laptop is the fastest computer I own for pure CPU compute, single core. So yeah. VLAN stream when? Never. I'm not going to use VLANs. This router thing's going to be just DHCP from my random internet nonsense. So, yeah. All right, I think this thing is fired up now. Fans are over there doing things. Yep, here we go. Okay. Yeah, so there's 8 10 gig slots and then one 1 gig for whatever. I don't understand that, but whatever. Actually, now that I think about it. No, I'd rather have that be a 10 gig because each. Yeah. Or does it need to be? Hold on. Wait a minute. This may not need to exist. Is normally switched? I don't know what that means. Oh, you're saying it's just a regular port, but it's just a 1 gig Ethernet. Okay, at least I think that's what you mean. So I could probably get rid of this. Because these could host through the 10 gig, finally. My network setup at home is cursed. I'll just say that. So the goal here is that these are 10 gig out, and then they go to 10 gig in 2.5 gig breakout switches. My laptop is the only 2.5 gig computer I have. The desktop here is going to get a 10 gig direct through there. Well, not direct. It's going to go through the cheap switch or the 2.5 breakout switch, but it's going to have a pass-through because I want the desktop at 10 gig over this. So, yeah. Anyway, Let's try and figure out how to install Linux on a RAID 1 drive. Okay, Ubuntu RAID 1 boot. I honestly had no idea there was a Kubuntu forum. Yeah, I did. It is cool as an exercise. Okay, this is useless. Oh, we didn't actually turn it on. Hold on. Power. Wait, we did turn it on. Oh. Hold on. Is it this? Oh, hey, look it. Wait, how did it boot? What? What? What does it think root is? So my next dock turned off. Yeah, we're doing barest of metal, no proxmox or whatever that is. I genuinely don't know. Okay. Um... I still don't understand why this works on here. The hover boot thing. Anyway, let's go to KDE Partition Manager. This is the one we have Resolve installed on, I think. Multimedia, yes, we have Resolve installed. But I don't know what drive this is. Mount point, no. WD. Ah, we installed to the Western Digital drive. Debating, just not reinstalling the operating system. Maybe I just pull the Samsung drive. We just move on. Uh... Dogface, everything is fine. It's just, what is this? What is this? Oh, that's the next dock, actually. That's right. No, well, so to be clear, I didn't clobber any data. Um, when he built me up, I don't know. I didn't clobber any data. This is just the first install that we ever did on this, and I didn't realize I did it to the NVMe drive. I thought I did it to the SATA drive. Also, does that mean what is this Ubuntu? LSB release dash A. Because the confusing thing is, yeah, so this is 2404. This was done off of the bad ISO somehow. I don't know how. um, huh. All right, give me a second here. I'm trying to figure out how I want to handle this. I would really like to not have to work through the next stock. It's nice, but I want to do a little bit more serious stuff. And we only have an hour. Ah, screw it. I'll just go sit over there. Okay, fine. Let's just do it this way. Make life quicker. Don't want to break the next stock. Okay. All right. Props for getting the bad install ISO to install correctly. I have no idea how. Okay. I'm going to give you guys opportunity. Make an impromptu poll here, okay? What do you want to do? Do you want to A, or option 1, ZFS, install across 3 NVMe drives, or 2, try to recover the partition off of the 6 SATA drives? What do you want to try and do? So, ZFS or recover. Vote those right now. The data is not even slightly important. It's already been recovered. All right. I was close there. Wait, why ZFS? Wouldn't its performance be sad over 3 NVMe drives? This is not going to be permanent. This is just for giggles. This is for me to learn ZFS, essentially. All right. Okay, so we're going to try ZFS. Okay. Let's do some research. I'm bringing my mouse receiver over here. Hold on. Okay, you know what? I just want to look really quick, make sure all the fans are spinning. Okay, we're good. This thing is so quiet when it's not under load. It's insane. Like the fact that I'm in the room with the 2U server right now. It's nuts. All right, I'm also going to bring up the rack info here. Why waste all this power on a single install? Because that's how I roll. I so don't care about VM nonsense. All right, 1925, okay. I tried to install FreeDOS. We tried to install XP already. There was some reason we couldn't get past it. All right. Okay, just one moment. I would like to bump up. Well, let's check what the CPU temps are first. I'm going to bump up the lowest one. because I would like to make the CPUs not idle at 50C. The fans are fine. Don't listen to it. Okay, CPU temp, yeah, 58C. That's actually a little hotter than I expected. Yeah, for not being under load, that's a little more than I would have guessed. Okay, we're going to go to the fan profile. Why does it just stop? Unless it's not connected over there or something. They look good. Okay. So PC Magas, it's a very more complicated server, so kind of it does. Okay, I'm gonna bump this up to 70. There we go. So that's gonna be the new minimum fan speed for the CPU. It's noticeably louder. Okay. So while that's just chilling in the background, ZFS, different size drives. Okay. It doesn't work like this. Well, that was a fun stream. All right. Okay, so it doesn't do that? What exactly you're wanting to do? I got a bunch of drives in here, and I want them all to be striped. So I want this one, and there's one missing. We're missing the 4 terabyte one. Uh-oh. Where is that one? That's the card. Yeah. Okay, well, let's shut it down and double check all the drives are actually in there. And then after this, we're going to use BTRFS because it's good, unlike ZFS. All right. I think the drive is here. I don't understand why it's not showing up. Yeah, they're both right here. That's the one that did not show up. Why? I'm just going to plug it back in. And we'll see what happens, I guess. The Kensington Drive? Yes. Oh, gosh. Shell sulk. Oh, that's right. I was going to do ZFS for Ben's birthday. Ah, we got to do ZFS. All right. Loose connector? I hope not. Also, it did the fake start. Yeah, we'll do a ZFS, Ben. I'll figure something out. We'll do it. Does ZFS expose as a block device? No, it doesn't, because it's a dumb software file system. Because I was going to say, I'll format one of the drives as ZFS and then put BTRFS on top of them, but that's not how that works. You can create a ZVol, so I can put BTRFS on ZFS, you're saying. Did it still not boot? Oh no, it's over there. It's doing, you mean you can't see that? Never mind, it's doing it. It's booting. It's doing boot things. It's just really quiet. Why are you so quiet? You're making me nervous. Is ZFS really a file system, Cobb? Is it? The reason I don't really like ZFS and barely tolerate BTRFS is because they're more like a network stack on top of drives. All right, now we're getting a GUI. And there it is. Okay. Weird. I have no idea why that didn't work. Okay. Okay, how do we do this? Okay. Ubuntu ZFS. All right, let's figure this out. ZFS. This actually is not going to be the first time I've set up a ZFS pool on the array of, okay, I don't have one here apparently. On the array of 500 gig Samsung drives I've had in the past, I did set up a ZFS RAID 5 pool. So I have done it once. I did not really enjoy it. Okay, the apt install ZFS utils Linux. Okay. Just get a terminal open here. Why is it E? Weird. All right. Disable power saving for SAS and SATA drives. Had problems with random connecting and disconnecting drives. So these are U.2. I mean, some of them are SATA, but it's mostly U.2. Why does one of the power supplies have an orange light? That seems bad. Oh, I plugged its power cable in all the way. Now it's on. You could probably hear it. That's terrifying. Is it going to chill out? Hold on. Now I'm concerned. What? We're going to wait a moment. Because now I'm wondering something. I want it to try and idle down. What am I wondering? This. Now it's quiet. Why is it quiet? Want to know what I did? This power supply is loud, not this kind of power supply is loud. Why? Looks like I might be buying a new one sooner than later. No, Medness, the server's on right now. There's nothing wrong with the fan. There's something wrong with the power supply. Why is it so loud? We're not opening that thing today. That is beyond the scope of today. But, that's a curious one there. No, there's nothing wrong with the PSU fan, because there's two power supplies in the server that are identical, but the other one is quiet. It's not a problem with the fan. What PSU did you swap in? No, I didn't. It just has two of them. And that one power supply is loud. No, Majenko, it was always loud before. It never became not loud. I don't know how it works. I assume they're self-controlled. Well, per Hellencroft's point about the like the thermistor being bad or something, is right there. Right there. So that would be pretty easy to get to. At least that's for the air intake. How's it running on 50% power? It's not 50% power. It's redundant power. You're supposed to be able to just do this, pull one out. It's not sucking back 2,400 watts of power from one US wall. Knew they didn't have to be so loud? Yeah. I mean, I kind of just thought they were just running full tilt all the time or something like that. I don't know. Is the fan on the other one working? Yeah, I'm getting air out of it. I mean, it could also just be air being forced through the rest of it. Because this just changed the outcome of the Noctua results here to being completely awesome. Yeah, that fan is spinning. Dude, what? Oh my gosh. Okay, we have to take off at least the back. What laptop? That is not a laptop. It is a Nexdock. Nexdock. It's actually just a mouse and keyboard and terminal thing connected to the server. Hold on, there's something really funny about this power supply. Shane, the video went live yesterday? Yeah, kinda. I can't fully get it out, but these are Delta power supplies. The fans are not made by Delta. That's some random China brand in there. ZFS got installed. Yeah, it is actually installed. That is actually installed. We installed it. We need to partition a drive using it. It's KVM and laptop form factor? Kind of, yeah. But, you know, just for a single one. Everything's a Delta power supply these days, unless it costs real money, in which case probably TDK Lambda. I need a different screwdriver to put these in. No, that's the right size bit. Pseudo Z pool crate. What brand was it? It's like Nix NIDEC. Does it make noise right after plugging it in? I mean, yes, right after plugging it in, but it also makes noise always. It is always super loud. It's out of curiosity, dog face. With your whole pleading the fifth thing, you know. I'm making a what you call it, and a deal as the prosecution here. Okay, you will not be tried in exchange for your cooperation with the investigation here. Okay, just to make it clear. Is it possible you only ran the server off of one power supply? No, so the LED was flashing because it wasn't plugged into the wall. And also, I can put it back in. That's not an issue. The issue is once I plug it into power, it enters airplane mode. I'm pretty sure they're identical. Swapping PSUs and see if the other one gets loud? Here, I'll do this. I'm unplugging the quiet one. Wait, okay, now it's even more confusing. Why do they run quiet when there's only one? What? This is the one I left in there before. Yeah, maybe we should look at the settings. Maybe it doesn't need to be loud. Something gift horse. It's not much a gift horse. It's something ain't right. Also, hold on here. Let me close this and reopen it. We're gonna put ZFS on a thing. I promise. Hold on. Okay, hold on. How do I settings? Services? No. Do we think there's a way of changing the fan settings? So Helen Croft, both are getting mains power right now. When it's quiet, only one is. The fan profile does not interact with the power supplies. Okay, also, let's click this. And then, oh, we put BTRFS on the big one. Okay, let's delete that. And then we new, and we're going to make it... Oh, we can't do ZFS from here? I have to actually use a terminal? Fine, we'll just make it a giant swap. Okay. So fan profile, I'm pretty sure, does not touch any of this stuff. Because, I mean, the only fans we can interact with are these four. So... and none of those are the power supply. You have a power option on the left. The power control, that's just powered off and on. If it was under settings, I don't see it here. Unless you meant this. No. Go to FRU. I don't know what that is. Settings. KVM, network. What's power? PAM, network, platform event, firewall. Power. Ah, okay. Current power consumption, 162, minimum, maximal power. Oh, that's interesting. That's kind of cool. We can watt throttle. Oh my gosh, this. Okay. FRU. Okay. Device. Okay. Delta. Okay, so we got... So the power supplies are identical. And whatever this thing is. Yeah, we can see the power supplies. They're FRU device 2 and 3. And again, that is the power supply. Why can't I right click? Fine, I'll just drag this into a new search. There. Fan speed. Okay. That's a new one. I'm spooky running this from Linux, you know. Wait, there's no manual. Dang it. I was hoping to find a manual. All right, let's make a DFS pool. Hold on. We got to do this for Ben. Fdisk-L. Yeah, let's look at this. Thankfully, we only have like 8 drives in here right now, so it's not too bad. Okay, so we're going to use the this one, NVMe 4. That's it. So we're going to go with this one. Okay. Okay, create pool, sudo thing, sudo z pool, create. Can I create an old pool? Why is new pool a command that you have to add to this? New pool. And it's just going to be this one because I only got, none of them are the same size. So, Boom. Invalid. Overwrite. Yeah, just do whatever. I don't care. I know. Okay. And then a mirrored. Okay. And then the newly pool is mounted at new pool. Well, what? Just, fine. Wait, just slash new pool? LS. There's no new pool there, unless it went into the Durham Inn. New pool is the name of the pool. Oh. You literally couldn't tell me that first? Oh, there it is. Under slash. Okay, ls slash new pool. Boom! We got a ZFS. Yeah, I can read. I know how to read. All right, we did ZFS. It's official. I made good on it. Okay, now let's go back to this nonsense. What is going on here? Video recording. Oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, the lens gloss over his eyes. You just didn't see it? Yeah. Why is it loud when there's two? That doesn't make any sense. Maybe only one of them doesn't provide enough power to run the. I don't know. Fancy using Afterburner. Yeah. Yeah, this is such a weird problem. There are no configuration options here. Ooh, I wonder, can we see P0? Can we see power supply information? Also, CPU temp 56. That's not great for having the fans up to 70%. Yeah. Power supply should be quieter. Yeah, I know, right? No, we live in opposite land. So we got 4DC. Yeah, so clearly one of these is being used and the other isn't. Yeah, so it's swapped which one's being used. But they're prefixed PSU, so that would tell me anything else would be prefixed PSU. This is a strange problem. This is really, really weird. This is a gigabyte server. Limiting performance when in limp mode, then the power supply calms down. I mean, we could try checking the clock speeds in power draw. So is that settings? Power consumption. Alright. Let's try running Y Cruncher. Is that on here? I don't think it's on this. Downloads. It is. Okay, let's try running Y Cruncher. With both, and then without, and see what we get. I'm also going to bring up the clock speeds. So, power consumption. And then CPU activity. Alright, we're going to go for 1 and 4. Okay. So, smacking it around up to 2.4 gigahertz. Current is 348 watts. What is the explanation for Dell, just out of curiosity? 358 watts. $362. It's really not bad, actually. Only 400 watts. That's pretty good. Disable power redundancy. Poorly named because its feature allows the server to combine the power handling capacity of both power supplies, implements heuristics to try to balance power efficiency while balancing power draw between the PSUs, which leads to fan speed ramping as the power draw changes. Interesting. That could sound like that. Dogface, I mean, it literally could have a power limit put in here. That's what the clicking this button would do that. So if it's putting a power limit on the remaining power supply, I could see it. Okay, so we got up to 367 running it. So I'm going to unplug 1. And now it's nice and quiet. So we also reached 2.4 gigahertz. Okay, I'm going to run the test again. 1, 4. Let's see what happens. So maxing that. Reaching 2.4. Dude, it's so quiet. This is irritating. Drawing 352. Yeah, no limp mode, nothing. It's just nice now. What? This is stupid. Yeah, we're currently at 358 watts. No throttling. Okay, maybe a little bit of throttling, actually. Hold on. What now? Those are dropping a little tiny bit, but not too bad. You concur? Yeah, this doesn't make any sense. And boom, done. Fan ramped up a little bit there, but not bad. Okay, now I'm going to plug in the power supply I unplugged. It goes loud because it hates me. Now I'm going to unplug the other power supply. quiet. Leposic, I would make a correction video, but I really don't need more people calling me a shill. It's already bad enough on that one. All right, now we'll run the test again. All right, 317. We might be thermal throttling. I don't know why, it's running hotter today. Yeah, so our power is fine. I'm gonna go check CPU temp. I think we're thermal throttling right now. 79, okay, definitely not, unless it is throttling. 80. Why is the clock's not going up all the way? Weird. Guess it'll no longer be a redundant PSU. I mean, yeah. Let's look at the BIOS at options. How could the server hit the lower critical bound running in a freezer? I don't know. All right, let's turn it off and then use the remote management on the other computer to try and change the settings. Because this is stupid. Let's see if there is anything in the BIOS about redundant power supplies, because I don't see squat in IPMI. And it does seem like a lower level feature, so we'll check BIOS. So I'm going to shut this down. All right, I am going to plug both in, which is going to make it loud, stupidly. All right, now we're going to go over to the other computer. We did technically do ZFS. This says it's only been streaming for 2 hours. I mean, it's only been 2 hours, you know. Okay. Yeah, it timed out. I don't, whatever. All right. Let's go back to this. Probably gonna have to log back in again. David, the internet in my house keeps going out. Also, we have discovered if we have 2 power supplies plugged into the server, it is loud. If we have 1 plugged in, it's really quiet. We have literally no idea why and can't find any settings in the IPMI for it. So I'm going to try checking the BIOS to see if there's anything. Yeah. No, it doesn't make any sense, David. Sorry about my home internet. That is just how it is. It's awful. Power supply idle control? Maybe. I think there was an AMD CBS menu. Listen, bits help. I don't think it'll bribe the server into working quietly, so no. I don't think it actually turned on. Nope, fans aren't spinning. Okay, power on. Fans are, oh, yes, go. Okay. Fans still, network connection lost. What do you mean lost? Looking at the LGR thing now. It's really bad. Wow. Does it matter which power supply is plugged in? No. They're both quiet when plugged in one at a time. They're loud when both are plugged in. Hold on. This button. There we go. Sorry. David, that's kind of what I'm trying to find right now. We're going to go into the BIOS and look at the settings there to see if we can find something. When both of them are plugged in, though, one light on one of them flashes. Okay, AMD, CBS, Valhalla common options. No, we don't have that. So maybe SoC, miscellaneous control. No. Okay, we're just going to go through everything. CPU. Okay, it's probably not CPU. DF. I have no idea what this is. Probably not that. UMC. Got RAM. Okay, it's probably not that. NBIO, PCIe, hot plug. Okay, doesn't look like that's it. FCH, AC power loss options. I mean, yes, when I lose AC power, I do expect it to power off. So I guess that setting is correct. No, it would be last state. DF had AC PI options. Okay, we'll go back to that. AC PI. I don't think that'll... No. Okay, let's look through this. Hot plug. No. Miscellaneous boot timer. No. Oh, We've set it to power on, maybe just infinite power? Yeah. Okay, ABS, PBS, RAS, periodic, SMI, polling, PCIe. None of that looks like it. Chipset. No, server management. FRU information. No. BMC network. No. It's not going to be IPv6. Security, no. Okay, maybe under advanced. Not looking like it. Main? I don't think there's any options under main. It's just print out. Okay, other date. I do have the motherboard manual, but it's awful. Ugh. The server chassis manual might be better. I did close it, though. R727Z32. Actually, did I download it? No. User manual. Redone. Okay. Redundant power supply failure? No. That's the only hit for redundant. PSU. 2x 800 watt single PSUs? Wait, this has 1200s. Were these not the original power supplies? The primary and secondary kind of tracks because it seems like it always prefers to use the bottom one. Told you you'd plead the fifth. Interesting. I mean, on paper, they're better. But in my ear holes, they're not. I mean, 1200's almost double 800, so just running one of them's like it's redundant, right? It has more twist ties now, too, David. I needed some for cable management. Math checks out, yeah. Huh. So there's nothing in the IPMI. There's nothing in the BIOS. Just shush, David. We're working here. I wonder if the Z31 comes with the cables. Hold on. I want to know now. Do they show the cables in there? You check the board for jumpers. That's not a bad idea, but it's almost impossible to find anything. So they have those cables. Oh my gosh, is it a PCIe backplane for the SATA drives? I think someone in chat was talking about something stupid like this. Wait, that can't be real. No, that can't be it. How? That doesn't make sense. Where the... What? Why are these plugged into the PCIe slots? This isn't the same motherboard. Oh, this is a totally different server. Okay, hold on. No. No. Okay, no. Yeah, I can understand that working, Dogface. That would be fine. Okay, I don't know where these are quite plugged into. Oh, I think it's bring your own SAS controller. Well, that's kind of lame. Backplane. Yeah, optional SAS HBA. Okay, there we go. Power supply, idle control. So, here. AMD CBS, we do not have any power supply options in here at all. You're looking to get a second one? No. David, right now I just want to make the power supplies quiet. What BIOS am I on? These ones? 220, 1275. Does IPMI have anything other than the KVM? I mean, it's got a bunch of junk, but not power supply stuff. We are R28 latest. So R28, well, FO4. I mean, maybe, I don't know. Hold on. Is there more info? way to plug in a third person. Maybe it doesn't like even numbers. I like the way you think. Change the PSU configuration to ILO. So the only thing we have is power consumption here. And then in sensors, we can read power supply hotspot here. I've not found any power configuration anywhere.
Dogfussly Dodgerson says you need to be careful with BIOS updated here. You don't want to update yourself to a RAM that does support ROM CHER 100. End of line.
That's spooky. Thank you for the 100 bits and the warning.
Belgiumet says CHER 100. Deep thought spoke majestically. There is an answer to the great question of life, the universe and everything.
And you're ready to give it to us?
Yes. But I don't think you're going to like it.
It doesn't matter, we must know it now.
Alright. The answer to the great question of life, the universe and everything.
Yes.
Is.
Yes.
42.
Plus we're going to get lynched, aren't we?
End of line.
Thank you for the 100 bits, and I appreciate the attempt, Ben. Yeah, I don't see a way to proceed here without just unplugging one of the power supplies. Here's my guess. That someone, I'm not going to name any names, all right? Someone may have put power supplies in there that this doesn't know how to control correctly, in that it gets a little weird when there's only one in there, and it gets weirder when there's only two. Huh. So what I might want to do is maybe see if I can find a photo of what the original power supplies might have been. Figure out what I might want to acquire. I mean, these are some interesting pictures. They're not of what what I'm actually trying to find. Oh, that's right. There are no photos of this thing anywhere. That's right. This Reddit or Serve the Home thread is it. That's it. There are no other pictures of this server anywhere. I forgot. Maybe eBay? Let's look at this. Hold on. Z32. You sure about that? Oh, it is 1200 watt. Okay, never mind. Is this the motherboard or the platform? This is the platform. You sure? 800. No, because I'm pretty sure it said 800 in here somewhere. Hold on. PSU 1. There we go. I swear it said it. Yeah, in the platform manual, it only says 800 watt. So maybe it was like an undocumented upgrade. Again, these manuals are terrible. There is no 1200 watt mentioned anywhere. It's not in there. Fair enough. Yeah, but still, there's like no photos of this thing anywhere. Okay, so those match. Okay, wait a minute. Wait, this person isn't very reliable for this. This is the one place I can't look at photos of to try and figure this out. Hold on. I need it to be anywhere else. All right, this Gigabyte one, that looks like it might be... Okay, this look very similar. Okay, these might be the original ones. I'm not sure. Serve the Home doesn't show a picture of the back, I think. No, they have 3 photos. It's common for the standby power supply to run with 100% fan so that it can instantly hit the ground running when the live power supply fails. I'm going to wait for the spam to spin up. Suddenly gets a very heavy load. Could be disastrous, so it runs at 100% unless it knows better. That's stupid. That's very dumb. Well, Cobb, actually the real thing is that if they made any modifications to the server at all, I mean, it's right there. So... It's looking like those might be the stock ones, though. That's not what a Z32 looks like. Data centers, no one cares about fan noise. It's dumb because it destroys the bearings on the second fan. That's why it's dumb. What does green mean? Wouldn't have been messed with for the review. I would figure, but I could see something like that slipping through. That's all. No, I totally... Okay, I do want to be clear. I'm not trying to disrespect the work you do. Just to be clear. Wait, did Linus review the server? I love that it's impossible to find a Linus Tech Tips video about actual hardware because they don't title anything relevant to the actual hardware. They title the thumbnail? I don't know what you mean. Oh, you mean put text in the thumbnail? To be clear, if I'm going to put a catchy name or title in a video, I'm also going to add a hyphen and then the actual product name. Whoops, I closed 2 tabs I didn't want to. It's not the same thumbnail. Oh, I think it is that one. I think you're right. That's it. Yeah, that is it. gonna have to go back and watch that video to see if there's actually, hold on. I'm gonna put on headphones real quick. Hold on. I'm gonna listen to this for just a second, see if it's loud. Why can't I hear anything? That'll do it. Eh. Oh my gosh, I was not expecting sick Linus in the video. Okay, it doesn't sound that loud in there. Okay, now I hear it. They got Jake in there, and I guess Jake plugged in both power supplies now. 412? Okay, let me look at that. That was a curious way of phrasing that. They're dual 1.2 thousand watts. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna, that's in my watch history now. I will come back to that. All right. Oh, we're over time. Thankfully, I caught that kind of soon. All right. Well, I think the answer for now is plug in one power supply, because we didn't see any downsides to that. It's just nicer. And then we'll have a warm spare, I guess. So yeah, that's strange. Just for giggles, because it's still set up here. Okay. That's that mic. You hear the server. That's insane. Yeah, what server? Yeah. It's probably Raspberry Pi coolers louder than that now. That just doesn't make any sense. Square some of them when they're shut down. I know, right? Like, that's the thing. All right, we're gonna have to call that there. Again, we accomplished none of the goals, but we learned more about the motherboard, at least, in that it's terrible. The motherboard is, yeah, it's a massive difference, massive. I'm gonna go ahead and mute it now. So the motherboard, it's irredeemably terrible because of that stupid jumper cable PCIe situation. That's just dumb. So yeah, I don't know. I think we're done messing with it on streams for now. I can't think of anything else I would do from here except for I don't know, because I don't have stuff to raid. So read the manual, yeah. Where next streams be software cataloging to show me a brain rest? No kidding. Oh man, it's exactly the opposite behavior to every dual PSU I've ever seen. Yeah, exactly, right? These no one makes proper motherboard anymore with all sorts of stupid changes. It makes me want to make your own motherboard. No kidding. Just, yeah. Oh my gosh. If you do, though, make sure you just bake a grease weasel in straight on board and then have the floppy slot right there. Just, maybe integrate a mux chip for the drive select and motor stuff too, and then you have like multiple, floppies on there. Like just re-Shugartify the connector. Anyway, all right, let's run the outro on this very strange stream. What did we learn today? That the server is much nicer when there's only one power supply in it. So I'll probably take the other one out and put it on a shelf so it can not have any power and just be more ready to go. We know slot 7 doesn't work. We know there is literally no reason to remove the mezzanine card. And we know everything is Gen 3 except for the GPU, which I don't know if actually can benefit from Gen 4. So, yay. But all right. Well, if you enjoyed this stream, you really like torture. In which case, yeah, you're probably in the right place, so you might want to follow and be notified when I go live again next. Probably not a GPU doing video encoding. I don't know. Well, we did test it. It renders at about the same speed as the 2070 in the other one, so I don't know. Anyway, if you enjoyed the stream, go ahead and follow. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon or get a shirt like this shirt here. That's it for now. I'll see you all next time. Enjoy your special, actual, correct month printout. Quiet, Ben.